Hello, and welcome back to D&D Rebirth, or rather, Rebirth, a D&D tale. Tonight, we are returning to the Lucky Seven's descent into Zorana, the ancient draconic city. Previously, the party had advanced further into this ancient place. What they encountered were lost technologies, artifacts of immense power, and the remnants of the civilization and world the dragons once ruled. The party had finally arrived at the scientific district of the city, where a strange brutalist structure shifted and turned as
Oh, wait.
Did we?
Um.
Yeah.
did, did
They
did
had
Discord
accidentally...
just say fuck you?
No, they accidentally moved... Yeah, you had accidentally moved yourself into general.
I didn't actually. I didn't even touch Discord.
Oh.
Ah, well,
Well, let's
yeah,
start over.
I saw a flicker.
right. Something just
Hi,
happened.
Derek.
Welcome in. Gosh, where was I? Did anything drop? Did everyone hear
Yep,
where our last?
nothing. Nope, nothing. Yep, start over.
Okay. I'm starting over. Hello, technical difficulties. um, what the party had encountered here in this ancient civilization of Zorana were the lost technologies, artifacts of immense power, and the remnants of the civilization and world the dragons once ruled. The party had finally arrived at the scientific district of the city, where a strange, brutalist structure shifted and turned as if it were a puzzle box. Magical light glowed from its machinations, thrumming with the still surviving technologies and studies left behind, untouched, as if the researchers vanished into thin air. Inside, I discovered that the building was larger on the inside, through some magical means, appearing more like a castle fit for the gargantuan creatures dragons were known to be. As the party ventured forth, and as they continue on, we will discover what was left behind by the dragons, find the riches their empire once claimed, and perhaps discover a truth to the city's surviving essence. We will have to see. You all find yourselves sort of in the center of this great landscape. The building and the space around you is vast and filled with all sorts of ticking devices, churning machines, the same strange geometric structures shifting and moving through air as you have seen before. Stones laden with crystal and runes glowing with a faint light of magical energy. But rather than rough rubble as you have seen them before in the gardens and the cities and slums before you, the ones here are trimmed, cut, precise. They fit and slot into each other like perfect parts. It's as if the entire building itself is a machine. It continues to pulse with the same energy it did millions and millennia ago. However long ago it was. I think where we will begin is and what you've encountered here. So we will start with this. I would like someone, a volunteer, to roll me a 1d6.
I will. Right. That's a 5.
All right. 5. You find yourselves meandering through the halls and enter upon what appears to be some sort of archives, a magical study of some variety. It looks almost like an office, the way it is settled and sorted. Boxes carved into the very stone and tile work contains scrolls upon scrolls upon scrolls, trailing up as far as the eye can see. Curiously, you happen to discover that through them, many of them are still intact, all of which are written in Draconic. While most of them appear to be research or poems and stories or some other form of miscellaneous jarble that you can't quite discern of technologies beyond you, there are a few spell scrolls you are able to pull from the records. One, well, if you're willing to roll me an Arcana check, I can give you an idea as to what they're about.
I am not exactly an arcane expert either.
I could roll if you want me to.
I don't know Draconic.
Fair enough. Dirty 20.
Very well done. So with that, you're able to discern at least 3 of these scrolls here that you pulled out. Summon Aberration, Synaptic Static, and Wall of Force are the spells enlisted and inscribed into these scrolls. The paper is not quite of papyrus. It is of some other material, though it appears soft and silken. And as you investigate it, you find it is made of some form of fabric. Though the material is lost on you at this point.
Man, this is a little fancier than I imagined it would be.
Is this the kind of things that wizards would be able to discern?
Maybe.
Some magical capabilities, but my capabilities are not... I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to cast any of this.
There's some I could, but...
What spells did you say that they were, Spectre?
They are Summon Aberration, Synaptic Static, and Wall of Force.
Okay.
Well, I suppose out of the both of us, sister, there's myself and yourself who can cast spells among us at the moment.
Yeah, well,
Orgon
technically can. I don't think any of these are up his alley, though.
I have some familiarity with aberrations. Well, unless Alira these are more your speed.
Coffee, would you be kind enough to end up saying the spells out loud again? I'm still having a little bit of a hard time hearing specs.
Oh, yeah, that's summon aberration, synaptic static, and what was the last one?
Wall of Force.
Wall of Force.
Wall of Force, I think, is a level 6 spell, if I'm not remembering correct.
It is.
So those who might be able
Now,
to...
it strikes me a little bit odd, because that sounds like a... That sounds like the abilities of a very powerful illithid. That's what I'm getting off of this.
That's, I mean, if Alira thinks that that's possible.
Oh. But...
Oh, we'll just take them along with us and go from there.
Hand me one of those quickly, would you?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
And as Cars grabs it and looks it over, he kind of is mouthing words to himself. He doesn't have any major arcane ability to speak of, such that he would be able to cast any of these. No, not in the least. But if it's one thing that he's used to, it's reading scrolls in Draconic. Not like an actual it's not like an actual dragon taught him his fighting styles. And as he's mouthing it, he kind of thinks to himself for a moment. I understand exactly where the illithid thought process comes in. Spells that affect the mind, create magical constructs, not your regular draconic fare. That being said, however, would you like to know who those sorts of things belong to? Because these steps, the way this is written, whilst I don't understand the magic of it, I understand the form, and it is written very... It's not just a spell transcribed in Draconic. It is the form of it is Draconic.
As in a spell meant for a dragon to cast?
In a sense, yes. It reminds me of the scrolls that I read so long ago. texts that showed me the forms of how I fight today. Because these things specifically speak of wing movements and mental gymnastics that, well, I've fought my fair share of Illithid. Mental gymnastics that they may not be capable of. At least, to my assessment. So what this strikes me as is these are scrolls written and probably written and practiced by those of a draconic nature who specialize most in matters of the mind and mentalism. And he kind of flicks one of his scales with a little ring.
So, in other words, there's no chance in hell any of us are going to be able to perform it.
Not true. The movements are simple. So long as you have the will and the ability to understand the scroll, that's not a problem. I lack the magical capability. You, however, you may be able to cast at least one of these. And he's kind of looking through the scrolls, and he pulls out the synaptic static scroll. Yes, you could cast this. There's no reason why you couldn't.
Well,
All you would need to do is have someone help you understand the scroll, because you cannot read Draconic, as you said.
as I said.
we have many of those, and we have multiples of those between myself and Vanya.
He takes the scroll, kind of puts it in a pocket. Well, perhaps for when we rest next. As it would be nice to have a little bit more under my belt as far as my repertoire, but I don't know that it would last longer than just using it offhand. I don't know that I could memorize it.
No, I do believe that is the realm of more
Keeping track of
bookish.
the things that keeping the track of the things that I do know is a little bit taxing already.
Given where I came from in the first place, I am not surprised.
Well,
You know, I could spend years in this place. So
Sure,
much
we
to
all
see,
could.
so much to learn, to read.
sure we all could.
So much lost information.
Well,
Not
I am
only that.
going to be bringing some of it with us. Because I imagine what they've been talking, Carlos has probably been walking around perusing shelves, grabbing books and things and shoving them into his knapsack, because he does still have that.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, Kaz, as you're looking through things, you happen to see an interesting little device. It looks almost, it's a series of sheets of glass, almost mosaic like, and how they're designed and molded together. But it's clear that they've been melded, the colors and
oscillation in it has been melded together with extreme heat. The different layers of glass are all conjoined together on an axis and um, sectioned off from each other and seem to be able to spin around. And as you turn it with just a finger, and you see that it's actually a cosmological cartograph, a map of the stars.
And Carl's somewhat recognizes the sorts of maps that it puts out. Star map. Depiction of the sky. Oh. And is this thing portable?
It can certainly be taken.
Well, I just want to move it so it's more kind of visible for everyone, so that we can get a bit of a larger projection.
Yes, it's honestly the bulk of it is only about the size of the width of it, circumference is about the size of a dinner plate. Surprisingly small.
Quite small.
Yeah.
And Cars would flick it to get it showing the map of the sky.
Okay. Easily enough done. When you do, nothing interesting happens. If anything, this seems more like a toy, a proof of concept.
Yeah. Yeah, proof of concept, but if there was one bigger, then perhaps it would allow one to identify things deep within the stars. Like a calamity, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Kind of just give a look over at the map of the stars. Is it kind of like crudely made? Or is it just
It
very
is
intricate?
It is a bit crudely made. I think the best comparison is like an elementary schooler's volcano for a science fair project. It's very, very rudimentary, very simple compared to a lot of the other structures and things that you've seen around here.
It's definitely very interesting to compare to tonight's night sky.
Oh,
The
yes.
thing about this a lens fused with dragon fire. Yeah, but you're gonna be hot enough. You know, that'll, like, without destroying it, because, you know, lava's a bit too indiscriminate, shall we say. If you had something refined, though, meticulously crafted, something like this would allow you to identify even far away stellar objects. And if you could identify far away stellar objects, then it would like cause a bit of addition.
You were cutting out there
Because
for a
we
little bit
are
for me.
cutting out a little bit.
Oh, you were cutting
Yeah.
out a little bit because you were speaking low.
Yep. Thinking of where we are, where we stand. This would strike me as a proof of concept. rudimentary scrawling of an idea.
Like a
Because
note?
I think, as we all know, more like a test.
What do you mean a test?
Where we are, the crater, where the calamity fell. Or at least, I believe we know that we're in the crater, right?
Yes.
Where the calamity fell hundreds of years ago. A calamity from beyond the stars that was summoned here by dragons. To summon something from the stars, you would first have to find it. And that, the proof of concept for mapping out the sky. Can you see beyond the stars? Can you see what's out there? And this very distinctly proves that yes, you can.
That's the kinds of things that the Empire's been trying to develop for several hundred years at this point.
Yes, well, when you have a race that is as long-lived as a dragon, and you put them under the screws of desperation,
This is what you get.
they called it down as a weapon.
I think that much we all sort of assumed or knew.
Well, what this means is that if this is a proof of concept, the bleeded one needs to be around here somewhere.
I think I might know where. And we're already on our way to it.
Because that's where Arya's going, isn't it?
Hopefully.
Okay. Kyle's trying to put a few books that he found the look of interesting into his knapsack. Then should probably keep moving. Scour anything and everything. We need to gather as much knowledge as we possibly can from this place.
Yeah.
This place is starting to weigh on me.
I know.
Moving forward, then.
Very well. You continue through the maze-like passages, these giant halls, the statues that watch like ancient guardians, their ornate struck features staring blankly at all of the different little devices that have laid dormant here for so long. Many of these walls have tubes, pipelines that seem to run in and out of them with almost a vein-like motion to them. In and out of the walls like flesh. You notice, oddly enough, that the pipes have replaced what would normally be roots in the rest of the city. perhaps a bit eerily so.
As
I
we're
would like-
walking, I'm just kind of running my hands against the walls, just kind of taking it in.
There is all over the place this energy, a static in the air that you can't quite name. And it makes the hackles rise on your neck. Imbrel, the further into the city you go, the more there is a sense that screams for you to leave. An instinct natural to your personhood and something else completely unnatural that begs you to roam deeper.
I keep it to myself for now. Pressing on with my teammates. We're here on a mission. We've got what we came for. Now we just need our companion.
Will someone else volunteer? Actually, no. I'm gonna volunteer someone. Involuntary volunteer. Lethality. Roll me a 1d6, ignore a 5, and re-roll if you get that.
Okie dokie. That'll be a 4. Oh, well, that bodes fucking poorly.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it usually does.
Giggles.
One of the facilities you traverse through is filled with massive tanks of a green fluid, some of which turned murky and brown from what you can only presume is something dead and dissolving within. Alira, Kaz, both of you feel a shiver down your spines as you recognize something oddly familiar about it. Not quite the same technologies as the nests that you know to be the illithids, and yet disturbingly similar. Almost like it's been recreated with the dragon's structures, their understanding of it.
Az's eyes will tick to Alira, then to Tank, then down to himself, and then back to Alira.
Alira?
Cause,
Yoy mignon.
as your eyes are peeled, and you're moving through, you do notice that one of the tanks has been broken open. A few rocks had fallen beside the tank, and all of the fluid is drained out. However, the fluid is fresh, meaning that this distraction was recent.
Everyone weapons up. We're not alone in here.
Corville will draw his sword and start the fire.
And Imbrel's sword just kind of instinctually manifests in his hand. The sort of black fibers of hair just kind of intertwining between his fingers and the weapon itself.
This was destroyed recently. Having a look at where the fluid spilled. It does look like does it look like there was something in it?
Well, based off of all of these other tanks, a lot of them have something in them. When you look closer, you see it. They almost look deformed, like embryos of some variety. Creatures that almost like they'd been preserved in formaldehyde, their bodies twisted and unusual and morphed together, like parts and pieces of different things from an ancient time have just been clobbered together and left to rot, ferment in them. For the tubes that are brown, decayed, you can't see anything in them. Occasionally, some of the water seems to swirl, water, fluid. It looks almost like old blood that has just been staying in there for ages past. But for this broken one, the fluid is... it has a chemically scent. Not quite alkaline, not quite acrid, but something that invades your nostrils and feels like it goes to the back of your skull. And it's intense. It doesn't necessarily seem like there is any blood in it, or any of that brown goo. You do see tubing inside that drips and hangs. It is attached to the top, missing whatever was attached to it.
And the glass broke from the outside, right? The rock ball destroyed the
Mhm.
glass.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a trail of fluid?
That's a good question. There is, for a bit. A lot of it seems to be draining down a direction, small groove within the pavement and tiles. But what you could discern is potentially tracks is not quite tracks. It looks more like something just dragged.
I'll point to the direction that is. Looks like whatever was in went that way.
Is that the direction we happen to be going?
It is certainly further in.
Alright, hopefully we can get through here without alerting whatever that is.
That would be ideal, I think.
Weapon wall. Biological abominations created.
You're speaking a little too softly. It's not picking you up.
Yep.
This Taz is murmuring to himself. Weapons of war. Biological abominations created for the sole purpose of fighting. Tusk foot soldiers. And Imbrel, you might feel Kaz's eye tick to you for just a moment as he speaks those things. But if you look, he's still looking straight ahead. And around, like heading around, but he's not looking at you. But you swear you felt him looking at you just for a moment. Especially since he's not murmuring softly, so you probably heard what he said.
Is there something that you wish to discuss? You were
He
murmuring
kind of turns
something.
to you. Oh, apologies. I'm just acquainting myself with the horrors of this room.
Well, if you have, you know, something that you wish to say, oh, I don't know, discuss with the group and, share your thoughts.
Well, these are, to put it in a fashion, stasis tanks.
That much is
Designed to
pretty clear.
something that I have quite the intimate familiarity with, although not like this.
You've seen these before.
I've been in these before, or at least something like it.
All of us have seen plenty of these.
They're created from the murky flesh of illithid nest rather than the cold mechanical metal that this place seems to offer up on a silver platter.
Thought you were in awe by the technology of this place.
I am. Because the things that created these other ways are alien by comparison. As illithid are. It just... I understand very much how to think like a dragon. So with my training, discipline that I put myself through. And so when I see these things, I cannot help but think what they may have been thinking in the moment that drove them with the creation of these things and the horrors that lurk within. And he would point to a clear one. I would imagine it's probably a clear one with something still in it.
Certainly.
When you're a nation at war, which we have clearly seen, you would go to any lengths to make sure that your side won, wouldn't you?
Exactly. But then you multiply that with the knowledge the dragons possessed.
Very intelligent creatures. That much is widely known.
And you now know why my spine shudders at the things that I see here. Because I can see the pattern, see the thought forms, the things that led them to do something like this. Adopt something like this.
Fending
Makes
off an
one
invading
skin
force.
crawl.
Fending off an invading force requires some creative tactics, as we've done for our country. And the Shadowhar, that much was just at Drakefast.
That's really only the beginning.
Indeed. And I very much would like to get back there, as my duty does call.
I would bet that it does. If there's any... Are there any research notes around? Anything like that? This room is already an absolutely awful vibe, but if I'm gonna be here, I may as well figure out what they were thinking.
There is, in a sense. Not necessarily research, but instructions that you happen to find on one of the tanks. It specifies in Draconic case of emergency, shut down systems, destroy all projects.
These are slash and burn procedures. Whatever they were creating here, if something happened, they did not want them getting out.
But apparently, things happened a little too quickly, escalated far more quickly than they anticipated. Nothing here was... There's something that was here that broke out of that tube, he points to the broken one, and got out.
Didn't break out. Didn't break out. It was broken out.
How do you figure?
He kind of gestures to the rockfall that broke the tank, as well as the fact that there's probably glass inside the tank. Glass fell into it.
Your implication, though, is intentionality.
Yeah. And
Is that not a presumption?
the reason for that, Kurobe pointed out, and he points to the slime that's not the fluid that's not leading in towards the drain. Does that sort of trail look like something that walked out?
Given the
maybe.
form that these things have been taking, they could very well be dragging themselves. They're not exactly bipedal in most cases.
No,
some.
But this place, as we've been going through, it's been very structurally and tectonically stable.
Some.
No seismic activity, particularly. Nothing falling down, specifically.
But things are
What
still
would cause a
operational
rockfall?
here.
Yes, but what would cause a rockfall? And if there was something operational, surely we'd hear it. Or at least, I would hear it.
We've run into plenty of things so far that are still in operation.
Yeah.
The gatekeeper, for one. The
Autonomous security.
The fact that there are still roots here when the calamity has all but gone. It is gone. It was gone. It is here. It was here.
It is gone.
She.
She is gone. However, this is something that dug deep, rooted itself deep. Not everything would have been cleaned, especially not a place forgotten by time such as this. Especially since it would have been this place. Likely would have been the origin of the summoning. If the celestial chart's any indication, the fact that it's in the crater. It was summoned, and therefore it must have been summoned here and driven this place into the depths as a result.
That's the assumption I've been getting.
So, we're
But
finding.
some of it is still working.
Well, yes, they built things to last.
So this place
built
is
for a-
still working.
They built for a war. They thought they were going to fight for 1,000 years.
Fanya,
Yes, my dear?
You have phenomenal passive perception.
Uh-huh.
You see something shifting behind some of the tanks. It moves around the room and has been circling you all for a moment.
She's going to keep her eyes on it, keep tracking it. And then as this conversation keeps going on, she's just going to reach up, tap Kaz's shoulder. We've got a problem.
Problem? What's up on it?
And she's going to point in the direction it's currently moving. It never left this area. That or it got drawn back here.
Imbral's gonna spin around and see where it is that you were pointing.
Your eyes all catch just the barest fleeting glimpse of something shifting, trying to scurry away from your eyes. It crawls through the maze that is this entire area filled with tanks and machinery, moving amongst all of it like a shadow. As much as you can't quite get a grasp on it, just because of how much is in the way, how much cover there is. For a moment, when you all quiet down, you hear it.
As soon as I get a beat on it, I'm casting Hex.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and try and get a beat on it. And then Hex requires a save, correct?
No, it does not. I just curse a creature that I can see within 90 feet.
Oh,
Yes, within 90 feet. Concentration. And it would be a 4th level spell slot, so it will last up to 8 hours.
all right. Very well.
It has disadvantage on strength checks.
Very well, very well. When you do, you manage to catch just the fleeting tail end of it. Cast your Hex on it, and then you have a full idea of this thing. And disturbingly, Imbro, it has a full idea of you. It stops, shifts upward, before you see a human hand reach around over the top of the tank. And then another, and then another, and another, and another, before somewhere around 6 arms all at once grab hold of one of the tanks and pull it down, crashing it into the ground. And over it crawls this thing of many limbs, many faces, many arms, many pieces.
Yeah, I would like to use my action now. Can I cast Eldritch Blast?
All right. Then go ahead and roll it.
Okay. I get 2 shots with this. So,
Everyone else roll an initiative. if you would. And once you're done with that as well, also roll an initiative, please and thank you.
Okay, 23 to hit for the first one.
That will definitely hit.
Hold on. You said Coffee. What level is Simba?
He is a level 5 fighter and 7 warlock.
If I remember correctly, I believe cantrips scale off of total level.
They do.
Total level?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe you'll have a. I believe you'll have a second, another bolt. Let
Well,
me
I have
check that really
I have 2. I know that for sure.
Yeah. It's more. It's 11 that you get your third.
Which he's level 12 total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I've been doing that wrong. I've been running it off of his warlock level.
Nope.
Okay. Well, first attack is 8 force, 3 necrotic. And I am pulling it 10 foot closer to me with my invocation of, which one is it? Grasp of, no.
Arms of Hadar.
Yeah, Grasp of Hadar. Yeah, Grasp of Hadar. Move it closer to me 10 feet, and I'm shooting it twice more than...
Alright.
Yep. Scales off the total character level. Just checking that to make sure.
15 to hit.
Very good. It works.
Okay. Second shot is 11 force, 4 necrotic. Then third shot will be a 16 to hit for 9 force and 2 necrotic.
Very good. This thing, as soon as you start firing bolts at it, the arms wrapping around it, these many limbs and pulling it closer, it just wheezes at you and allows itself to be yoinked across the room. You see that as your bolts smash into its skin and flesh, it scatters instantly like putty. It doesn't even look like solid flesh. The way it just splurts out is more like a curry, a slur of debris and biological matter that immediately begins to just flood around on the floor beneath all of you. It's sticky and viscous and almost difficult to move around in as it grows closer to you. We're in a narrative initiative. Who would like to do a thing next?
How close is the thing? How close is it to me?
It is as close as you want it to be.
Alright, it's gonna get a arrow with a ensnaring strike on it.
All right. What do I
Initial
have
hit,
to roll?
Strength. Initial hit is, as soon as I can get everything up, 18 to hit.
That hits.
Alright, strength save, please.
That is a 7. I don't think that wins.
Nope. So that is 9 points initial damage. 1 from the ensnaring strike, but it is also restrained.
All right. And what does your ensnaring strike look like? Do you just fire a bolt and it throws down a net on to this thing, or does something come out of the ground? How does it look?
It's more thorny vines come out of the side of impact, especially when it's with the arrow, and just wrap around it, cutting into its skin, and holding it down.
Very well. Okay. This thing clambers to the ground and writhes and around on the tile floors. Its blood is strange, oozing black, rather than any red that you've ever seen. All of its mouths, all of its parts begin to clatter and chitter in this cacophony. And it's going to make a decision. All right, so we can assume Imbril and Vanya. Well, Imbril, at the very least, is going to be within 20 feet. Who else is within melee distance?
I will definitely be. Out of 14.
Hi.
I'm not
Alright.
yet.
All right, then those of you in melee distance already, I need you to just go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Ugh. Am I good at these? No, I'm not. I'm not good at these.
24.
Oh, you're fine.
Ooh, that's a 16 on the dice, so 17.
You'll be fine.
Also, remember you guys get to add a Lyra as a
Yep.
charisma.
Oh,
Charisma mod.
then yeah, dirty
Yep.
20.
Oh, even higher.
Yeah, so I will end up getting a 16.
You're safe. You all listen to this thing just begin to chatter and squeal, and all of the voices are in this horrible cacophony. Do you know that noise when multiple people are screaming at the right pitch and you get that weird vibrancy between the voices? That begins to happen as they just start to cry out. A sludge and ooze of its body continues to seep across the ground beneath you. And all of you within melee range find yourselves basically strumming around in this rough, dough-like terrain that is this thing's body as it melts.
Ugh.
Who would like to go on next?
We have Kurobe, Kaz, and Alira.
I'll
who
go.
haven't gone yet.
Yeah, go right ahead, Kurobe.
All right. Do I get like basically full turn?
Yep.
Okay. I will tee off on this thing then, and I will do a battle cry to get advantage.
All right.
First attack. That is a 21 to hit.
That certainly hits.
Does fire damage matter at all?
I mean, it does fire damage.
Okay, no, if it was resistant or weak to
Nope.
it, I would need to split it. Otherwise, I was just going to give it to you all together.
Nope.
Okay. Alright, get to reroll that. That is 7 plus 18 plus 24 damage for the first hit.
Oh god, yeah, okay. Kurobe, it takes almost no work from you. You bring your blade down on it, and fire immediately envelops it, and it just begins to squeal. And instantly, all of this flesh and debris and matter just burns up into cinders, as if it was paper. You find that what's left slowly turns into nothing but an oozy charcoal, almost like oil, on the ground. A terrible scent wafts up from the remains.
That is disgusting.
I would have to agree.
Good job, Kurobe. That hell of a job.
Yeah. I kind of feel bad. I don't even know what it was. I don't even know if it knew it was.
A thing in agony.
A weapon of war of a bygone era. Twisted, malformed, and simply forgotten.
The kinds of material the Grioran Empire was seeking after in Act. That's what made me.
You know, there's a real bitter irony.
You all have destroyed the last of that, so might as well destroy the rest of it, right? Cease the project from ever returning.
Not what I mean.
It is what you did.
Yes, it's what we did, but it's not what I'm referring to. It's just bitterly ironic in the way that history repeats itself.
I suppose.
I don't like this place. You said on the thing, destroy everything. There was instructions to destroy everything. On the way out, I say we hit the button.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Trolls probably aren't in here though. They'll be in a different room. Segregation of duty and all that, just in case things did get free. You wouldn't then run into the issue of someone not being able to use the controls to purge the stuff. So let's keep going. If we find that control room, we'll purge it. But frankly, the consideration here should be saving everything of value and then collapsing this place in. Bury it.
Even if it means that a lot more would be wasted and left to time to rot and never be discovered again.
It's a safe option. There are some
I'd
things
hate-
that are better left forgotten.
I'd hate to think what would happen if the Shadowheart got in here.
I'd hate to think what would happen if the more less than pleasant elements of the Grioran Empire got in here. I know that doesn't make you feel good, but the people that made you who you are today, Imbrel, they thought exactly as you said that they did. Win a war at any cost.
We weren't at war when I was enlisted.
They were preparing for war. Filling a void.
Alright, you two, come on.
They cast out points at gods and replaced them with things that made you.
Yes, and now we have neither. Thanks to you. And he starts to walk off.
One was saving you from yourselves, the other was your own decision. Certainly not my
I'm going to slam both your heads together. Please,
Oh.
stop. I know tensions are high. Now is not the time to be having this little argument.
You're right. Let's just keep going.
Groby's just gonna clap Kaz on the back. You know, I may be the dumb one, but even I know when to keep my mouth shut. He's just gonna smile and walk off, following Emerald.
Carlos doesn't say anything to that, but he's like, yep, okay.
He said it more in a teasing tone.
Yeah, I figured it's just still one of those things where it's like,
Vanya just jogs ahead of her brother, keeping her eyes open.
He's also keeping his eyes open.
Very well. You continue on through this strange facility. The creature that had been waiting for eons for its masters to return, now nothing but a smoldering husk left behind you. All of it, you've agreed, will be buried once your mission is done. As you continue deeper, further along, you find yourselves soon to arrive in a great hall. Before you is a door. Massive, as large as, well, as large as some buildings that you've seen. With intricate weaving designs, golds and silvers, with metals and gemstones encrusted within it, glimmering into the mosaic of what appears to be sun and moon. As you draw near, metal sheaths, discs weave out this intricate design away from each other to reveal a single ocular crystal ball. As if greeting you.
Well, that looks interesting.
Vanya's going up to get a better look at it.
Ambro's gonna follow.
The crystal ball is settled perfectly in between the two sets of doors, two massive doors, and seems to be placed almost distinctly at your height. As you look at it, it doesn't appear to be glowing with any sort of intent or power behind it. But Vanya, perhaps you might recall how these seem to operate.
She's going to repeat what she did back with the statue. Set a hand on it and sing.
And when you set a hand on it, there is a glow that it emanates from within it. That glow suddenly juts out into a light that passes over each of your faces in one motion. A simple sweep of all of you. And cause, you'll notice that the lights, while it vanishes for everyone else, there is a small ray that remains, a blue line that connects you to the crystal ball directly at your forehead. It remains there for a moment before vanishing. The doors then open. As it moves, the floor feels almost like it's rumbling. Drawing open to a great series. This great hall that looks, how do I explain it? A great hall with multiple discs that you recognize. They are finely cut, chiseled with crystal, melted away to be perfectly sheened with the color and the designs and the mapping of the stars. And all of these great discs, gargantuan in size, set on pivots, seem to all face towards a singular lens, centered in the middle, that directs up towards the sky, or at least would have directed up towards the sky.
I think we found the bigger one.
Yes, I think we have. This is extraordinary. Do you think this is how they communicated with her?
Well, from what Kaz was saying earlier, I don't think it was communication. Maybe that's how they were looking.
So this place was meant to scan the whole sky and find something, anything? And they just got lucky?
I don't think it was them necessarily looking directly. I think this started as a purely scientific endeavor, looking up at the stars. Not necessarily looking for something, just looking up at the stars. Understanding their place in cosmological significance. Answering the questions that every race wants to answer. Who are we? Where are we? Where did we come? When did we come from? Are there others? Things of that nature. But I think that as soon as they spotted that there was something out there, when things changed. Soon.
That's how discovery
Usually,
works.
and in those sorts of cases, when you can see something, it too can see you. As soon as it can. So I would assume that this thing would look at the sky, but looking around, are there like the light sources and everything else still here to make this thing work? Still operational?
There are Everburn lights currently and always perpetually around this place, and have been throughout the entirety of the city. With this particular machine, it seems like everything was left precisely as it was. Everything is still operational and in order. The discs are still capable of turning, and you do see at the far end of the room, this great hall, that there is, in fact, what you presume is a control station.
Let's see, shall we? Kaz is gonna move himself up to that control station.
All right.
Ambro's curious, so it's gonna follow.
Vanya's following along as well.
Okay. What you see at the control station is there are very specific fine-tunements. It seems as though that this particular device was not only just controlled with any sort of simple power or source or such, but very distinctly magical input. It required a consistent flow of energy, something that would have been capable of dragons at the time, something that they could have done. There are inserts from which that energy could be offered into. Crystalline batteries of sorts. The one could be stationed upon. Multiple people could be stationed upon.
Why would you need batteries to power a simple sky map? Especially since the proof of concept worked with just light.
A concentration of light, perhaps?
Maybe.
To use it when you can't use light? Maybe as a backup?
So what? Looking around, I mean, these crystalline batteries, I would assume they're still here, right?
Yes.
Looking at kind of like the connectivity, does it look like they feed anything in specific?
Connectivity is, it's not direct, not something that you can see that is like a connected by a line or such, but rather an attunement.
So this does more than just look at the sky.
So
There
perhaps it is.
Yeah, possible communication here. If you attuned those crystals with the right energy.
They would have had to, in order to get her to agree to come here.
And tune it to something else.
I mean, that's just a, hypothesis, I guess, that I have, is communication, two-way.
Yes, but if we could talk with something beyond the stars.
That sounds like a question or a thought you might want to finish.
If it could talk with something beyond the stars, who says it could talk with something beyond the veil too?
Beyond the veil.
And well, I know you may not you may not believe me, but the gods of this world are a very, very real thing.
I never said that I didn't believe that the gods don't exist. It's that the Grioran Empire has decided that they would rather not have their interference.
Yes, but what I'm getting at here is more they exist in space somewhere.
Well, imagine, given your quest, that you've seen this death god up front, face to face, that yes, they are physical beings to a degree. Maybe to a lesser degree for some. But that does mean that they are still fallible beings.
As is everything in this world. No matter how strong you are, it doesn't matter how smart you are, how wise, charming, or cunning, how fast, how tough. Everything in this world is fallible. Nothing is perfect. It's in that imperfection that we're free. Choose to learn, to live, to love, to suffer, to die, and to do it all over again.
Indeed.
What I'm thinking, they're partially aware of what's going on, obviously. But if we could talk to a calamity from beyond the stars, Maybe with the right energy attenuation, it can talk to a god too. And frankly, I know you're not gonna like this. Given your country's being besieged by just straight up demons,
Yes.
maybe a little divine intervention is called for. Wouldn't you say?
Are you saying that you want to power up this device and call it God?
I'm saying it's worth a shot.
Certainly the kind
Besides,
of technology that I'm sure you're curious about as much as I am.
well, it still works. It may as well get one more run for something better than, calling a calamity from the skies, don't you think?
How do you know what you're calling?
Well, therein lies the question.
Who do you call?
Necrotic energy is a no-go. Clearly. That just ends poorly. But I would assume that would probably be the domain of the more religious members. Energy work and magic of the divine sort kind of goes hand in hand, so...
Emerald looks to Alira.
And Kaz looks to between Karobe and Lagan.
Clearly. I don't like the way you're looking at me.
Well, the thought is that we could use this device to try and call a god, so it's a matter of deciding which. If it only has one call left, I suppose. It called Mother from the sky.
Called Mother from the sky.
What god do you worship?
What's being suggested to me is sacrilege. To think one can just pull a god from the realms and force them here. Whatever you choose would end up bringing them not in the way of reverence, but in contempt.
Could pull their ire, yes.
Well, I wasn't thinking of summoning them straight up. I would more communication. But you are right, that is indeed a concern.
Isn't the preferred method of those who are religious prayer and supplication? That is.
Should Lolth end up wishing to end up ingratiating us with her presence, she will make it known. She will make herself known. I know this. A certainty as watching water fall from your skies. It will happen. This is arrogance. This is folly made manifest. The crater, the destruction wrought, all brought about because mortal thought it could dictate terms with the divine. That they could dictate and summon a god into their presence to command them and force them. What we're observing here is not an opportunity, it is hubris. One does not command a matriarch. And were you such a near creature, what would you do? Would you presume to even acknowledge that they're able to summon you on a whim? That would you kneel to them and accept them as the higher beings, for they have forcefully wrenched you from the heavens or the hells and placed you before them? Or would you punish them for their folly, for their arrogance?
Is likely what happened to the dragon.
Like I said, I don't think you really actually know who gets called. Or what exactly it does.
It wouldn't be a testament to one's faith. It would be an abandonment of it. To have trust in your divines, such as you see them, and instead think that you could command them. What destruction would you wrought upon the world again? We seek the essence of deities. Careful which one you pull. After all, it's as wrought and twisted as tearing the moon from the sky.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
There is a question. Dearest Dungeon Master,
Yes.
are there any sigils or circles or anything in this room that would be reminiscent of invocation of a summoning?
There has been the whole way through. Have you not been seeing it?
I think Alira literally laid it out for you just now.
From the scrolls that you found, from the scrolls that you found, to the creatures in the tubes, to this very device.
Yeah, it's all linked. I was thinking more that was wondering if there was like something more explicit in this room, because yes, very clearly that's where they were getting the energy to attenuate the crystal to even talk to, Shona Roth at the first place. That makes
Well,
very much sense.
Yes. I think the best way to put it is the entire room, this great hall, this observatory, so to speak, and all of the crystalline glass and lenses that create the charts. All of it is a summoning circle, so to speak. There are the runes there, and all the magic necessary. It's just the scale changed.
Questions, what do we do?
I am not in a position to make any of that decision for you.
Well, it's why I didn't say what do I do. I said, what do we do?
I say we destroy the battery so this thing can never be used again.
Well, we were already going to do that, but I wouldn't suggest destroying those crystals if they're charged. That's
Yeah,
just
that
think
could.
you
setting
have
off,
the
that's setting off a bomb in your face.
Have you
You
met
think
me?
that you have the hubris to lash a god?
Technically, we're doing that anyway.
That is our goal.
And if that is the case, do we not here, in this place, have the means to bring it to the realms and fields of our choosing?
Take the crystal with us.
If we are to walk amongst the realms of blasphemers and
May as well.
ideals, then I would imagine such a technology is not far off from what the Empire had tried to create, to foster, to harness. But theirs was a half measure, brought on only by the ignorance of what footsteps they followed. What we have here is the end result. And if we're to kill a god, if we're to invoke that wrath and perhaps bring about a new calamity in the process, well, has anyone considered what it is that we're going to be doing? That we have the stakes of platinum imbued with the essence of the divine, ready to strike, with the means to bring forth our target in front of us? Whatever we bring with that is going to invoke its wrath. Knowing to do so, and knowing to do so with no blind eye turned. Well,
So we save this till we have our spears, and then summon them here, or we can control it, or at least pick.
whatever we summon we cannot control, but we can at least bring to a field of our
Situation.
choosing.
Field of our
Yes.
choosing, exactly. Instead of going to his realm, well, here would have the advantage, I would imagine. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Could probably set that up.
And know when we bring this out back into the world, if anyone were to learn of what this is, we will never know a peaceful night's rest again. For
Well,
we have the ability to summon a god.
if we can summon him and bind him here, then we do collapse this place on top of him, so no one can find it again. At least not find it working.
I'd like to try something first.
Depends on what that is.
I'd like to look over the controls. Obviously don't want to fire this thing off. But I want to see if there's any way to kind of use it to scry.
That's
See.
interesting.
Not to pull, just to see.
Well, give me an Arcana check.
I would give you an Arcana check. I'll take a non-natural 20, thank you.
God damn. It was in my head like
Um,
it'd probably be a DC 20.
Yeah, I got 20.
Yeah, you did. You concentrate on it. And when you do, realize that it's a little more than just scrying. What are you trying to find?
Well, I think it's pretty fair to say that we're relatively hopelessly outgunned against the demons, and then we've got the Death God on top of that, but we've got a weapon for him. So I think what we want to try and find is something divine in our corner. Not to pull it down, but if we can see and maybe send a message, maybe if we can get assistance, request rather than take. And there are, there are a few that are in our corner. I mean, we've got Melora, obviously, the Raven Queen. Bahamut, technically, we have worshippers of him at the party.
See, that certainly is the point to be made here. Now, the problem is that the type of communication you're asking, well, you're correct in assuming it is extraplanar in nature. You're asking for communication. Scrying itself, without a direct target,
only gives vision. So we'd have to decide on a direct target for that to work. I will note this is just kind of going over things, right? Like thinking of the feasibility of something like this rather than actually executing it. You said it's more than just scrying. If it's visuals and allows communication, is it further than that as well? Is it transportation?
No.
Like, could this thing open a portal? Okay.
Well, I think that gosh. Did we already make an Arcana check for this room?
Yes.
We did.
We did.
Yep. And I got a non-natural 20 on that.
Well, I mean, it's already been stated. With enough power focused into it, the way this whole machine operates and how it works, if you were to put enough magic into it, if you were to sacrifice enough power to it, then ultimately, yes, it is more than just scrying. It is more than just communication. It's a gate.
You could use it. Okay. Well, we don't really want to do that for right now. Communication would be it.
But when I say it requires a lot of power, I mean a lot.
Yeah, it would be hundreds of lives easily. Not more. The kinds of raw energy that you just don't get anymore.
But with what you can do, with the simplicity of this, is that like many objects, many orbs of power that you have ultimately come across within the city, they can do a basic scrying on the same plane of existence as you. Which your Arcana check did succeed for that. So
Something on the same plane would also work.
it won't take you to any god, though.
No, it's certainly not. Certainly not. A scry on this plane?
Mm-hmm.
That could be useful. Oh god. And the Death God itself is our problem. But the demons going on in the Goran Empire, those can be driven back. Killed, even. By, well, holy magic, usually. So maybe there's someone to contact.
And who do you think that would be?
He's kind of racking his brain.
Would you like to just pose it as a phrase? As you have before, you said you wanted to look and seek out a god that would aid you. How about a similar question or phrase? Who is against the god of death? Where to go next? For what? Etc.
And normally I'd be really good at thinking up about stuff like this, but my brain is drawing up blanks. Work, you piece of fucking shit, Grey Matter, work! It's about the only thing you're good at! Ah!
Do we need to like discuss what it is that we know in order to kind of to prompt that? Because as the DM for the rest of the show, I could help.
Where I stand on it is more of, give me a question.
Yeah.
The orb, oh jeez, the orb will tell you.
Is that what we're supposed to refer to you as now?
The orb.
The orb.
The orb.
Okay. Let us not
Just gonna leave that there.
seek out a god to speak to. Let us seek one who is diametrically opposed to the god of death. But not necessarily a god, just a person, another being.
Okay. There is an energy at the console, the control console where you're at. It seems to spark, and you see that one of the batteries, and two of them, light up, one by one. And in between them is an illusory image that appears almost ghost-like, ethereal in structure. And in it forms through small particles the shape of a person. They have no name, but you see their face. Distinct, precise, and a tiefling. The magic shifts. And you see from it, it's almost as if it is zooming out from the point that the individual stands to show them in a place within the world. You see them along a coastline. And around them is a structure that appears almost like a wreckage. It zooms out further. Till it presents to you what you recognize as the Goyera Archipelago. And then the image vanishes.
Archipelago. Something out in the archipelago.
Almost back to the very beginning.
A ruin out there, clearly. Some sort of wreckage. And a tiefling.
Well, I suppose that means that the next stop on your trip is to meet that person, then?
Yeah. Well, one of. Multiple stops. You know, what with the world going to hell in a handbasket and all of that. I think it is all we're gonna get without committing a major blasphemy and I suppose dooming ourselves and the rest of the world probably is something on the cards for today.
I
Yeah.
would hope not, for the sake of those who are, believers in such things. Who actually, follow deities on a daily basis.
Then I think we're done here for the time being. We need to keep moving. By Dario.
Yes. She's the one who can get us out of here, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. She knows the city better than anyone. And Vanya will head off, following the path that was shown to her.
Easy enough. You continue through. Lucky Seven soon arrive to a lab different than the rest. One that demands an aching silence to the rest of the facility. Long, grandiose hallway stretches before you with familiar forms standing vigil on either side. Mechanical constructs that look eerily similar to Rune, but somewhat different from him. They have no life to them, merely empty vessels that serve as ornaments to this place, as you've seen before. At the end of the hallway lies double doors made of platinum, engraved with the insignia of a great horned owl. Vanya, as if by command, the doors open with an ancient creaking as you draw near. Recognizing something within you that deems you worthy without mention.
The more they open, the quicker her steps get until she's in damn near a full run.
You run in.
Shit.
Yeah,
as she sprints off, Castle's like shit, following after her.
Yes, Imbral's kind of holding up the back, but ushering everybody else to move in that kind of direction.
And as you run in, the hallway sinks, becomes smaller until it is more the size of a humanoid. The path, more familiar to you. Till you discover that it is not a lab, but a home. Various trinkets adorn the walls. Gears and filigrees silently reflect the Lucky Seven's passing, greeting them with requiem. The ticking of clocks and small chimes whisper to you all, their voices hushed and dulled with the millennia that have worn away what they once represented. And finally, you find yourselves in what appears to be court of this room, a courtroom or a living room of sorts.
Looks cozy.
Vanya's just searching around for Arya, hoping she's here.
Windows stretch floor to ceiling to overlook the city. And outside you see very Disturbingly nearby is the tree. Its roots wrap around and choke off the base of this tower, as if trying to strangle it. What little light there is to filter through splits into mere traces of itself on the aged tiles beneath you. And on the other side of the room are a collection of instruments. And centered in the middle, before the mosaic of the windows, is a dais, like a stage.
She's gonna go over to it, kind of drawn in by the sight of it. And slowly she'll get up on it, overlook the room. Seeing what... go ahead.
There are instruments, many varieties, propped up in stands and within wardrobes that you can simply open. But everything else in here is small ticking designs and knickknacks. Little machines that serve no great importance.
Takes her a moment before she finally decides to jump down. She's a little nervous being in this place. But having seen the instruments, she's slowed down, actually taking more of it in.
Is anyone else doing anything?
Imbral's just kind of giving Vanya a moment, as this seems more familiar to her than it does to him. He doesn't want to disturb Vanya. He doesn't think it's his place at the moment. He was hoping that Arya would be here, if she isn't. And he looks over to Kaz, whom he knows is one of Vanya's lovers, and thinks that maybe he should step in and maybe ask Vanya if she's okay, but without saying anything to him. Giving him a knowing look.
And he would step up to Vanya. Just kind of lean in and murmur into her ear in Draconic. Going through your head.
She's told us about this place. This is more than I expected it to be.
machines on the wall do look familiar.
It hurts a little.
How do you mean?
I knew who the master of this place became. She knew him while he was alive, and here we stand in this very room, neither of them next to us.
You mean... And as he looks and... I'm sure Arya has probably mentioned Rune before. And... Not to mention the fact that if it's not Rune being referred to, but Ryujin, Kaz himself would have heard stories. As his eyes take in the room and the realization dawns on him,
That's why I was hoping she was here. The one safe place, more or less. Maybe it was too painful for her to come back.
imagine. There are many things that I can fathom.
You're speaking too low again.
There are many things that I can fathom, but that isn't one of them.
Sad, but it's still beautiful in a sense.
Yeah, that's a lot of this place. You know, it... I don't think I've ever really spoken up about how the feeling, desperation, all of that my contemporaries were drawn to, that were driven to, and the decisions they made as a result. All that majesty, that forward thinking, twisted into something unrecognizable. This place being a monument to that sin. That's, frankly though, just the beginning of the thoughts. It makes me think back to my contemporaries. As outsiders, even amongst their own race, I wonder what they would have thought about something like this. If they're still around. They do think.
I wonder that as well. Are there any hallways branching off this room?
Quite a few. There is one to the left, one to the right. Of course, the direction that you came is one that leads further into, suppose, this home, and upstairs.
She's gonna start heading upstairs. To start looking around up there more.
Kaz is gonna follow twofold. First, because. Well, threefold, really. First, because we're in an unfamiliar place and splitting the party just seems like a bad idea. Second, because he doesn't want Vanya to be alone. And third, because he doesn't want to be alone with himself. Not in a place like this. He can... It's maybe just because he's linked so deeply with the culture, being a Dragonborn himself. But he feels it. The echoes of forgotten memories and lingering melancholy. The air of desperation and that je ne sais quoi that still lingers amongst the metal and machinery of a time gone by. In this place he feels his ancestry, but also foreboding and the echoes of their pain, of the trappings that they made for themselves, and the decisions that they made. All these things imprinted in the things that they left behind.
Upstairs are more of these small gadgets, the clicking of clocks, gizmos, and small machines, chimes that hang around everywhere. Anything that could be tinkered with, that could be fixed, was. And find yourself in his room. The horrid appearance. Of everything that could be helped, could be made. Everything broken that could be repaired. In the center of it was a desk and a bed, the simplicities of a wardrobe. But all of it human. All of it mortal. as he had chose to live. There was a note left open on the desk. Gadgets and a toolkit left around it. With an ever-burned candle that still flickers.
Gonna go over and look it over.
The letter is in his handwriting, as you've seen in his notes. Before or after his rebirth, little details remained the same like this. You find that beneath it are 5 more attempts at the same letter. Scribbled out, rewritten, scribbled out, and rewritten. A clumsy attempt. To ask Arya to join him at the archives. The epicenter of where everything would happen. Where the war would be won.
Well, if she's
Within.
not here... go on.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
If she's not here, we at least have a clue about where she might have headed. And she'll show Kaz the note.
The arc. Did we already pass through the archives?
You passed through a study that had archives.
But not the main archives. Then that'll be our next stop. Probably not far. Workshops like these are normally built next to large repositories of knowledge.
Gonna fold the note up and stick it in my bag. Take it with me. I'll leave everything else as it is. Still more of this house to look in.
The rest of the house is rather simple. There is another bedroom, one that Arya presumably once claimed. A kitchen. Small but utilitarian, pragmatic for its purposes. And an additional lab or workshop of sorts. It contained runes collection. Well, one of many. But this one more precisely of magical instruments that he stored away. You notice that there is a chalkboard. And with it, Upon it is drawn the dais, detailed plan, in draconic written instructions. Or rather, the engineering necessary to describe how the magic works on it. And looking at it, it states something unusual. Storing. Like a memory, rather than a spell.
I think we might need a better look at that before we leave.
Okay. And so, I imagine you return to the dais. Is there anything else anyone is doing? Just kind of hanging out, watching?
Just kind of letting Vanya and Kaz sort of have their moment.
I still stay close to him, bro. Watching over Vanya and Kaz. This is... And if I'm understanding this correctly, this almost feels more designed akin to some of the architecture and design and comforts of surface dwellers that I've seen. If not a little bit older or out of step, I might not be able to identify, but it definitely feels as though they're familiar with it.
Mm-hmm. That would be
Though
accurate.
that does leave me to question on why Kaz is so familiar. Vanya, I can understand. Kaz, well, he's always kept to himself in that regard.
Vanya, you return to the dais. There rests all of the instruments.
She's
What would you
going
like?
to she's going to follow the instructions that were on the board.
Okay. Would you like to use one of the instruments there, or would you like to use your own?
She's going to use one of the instruments there.
Very well. I'm going to have you roll a performance check.
How's a nat 20 sound?
That sounds perfect. DC was 20.
Which would make that a 32.
That is perfect. You begin to strum, a song coming to your mind. In Draconic, you begin to sing along. Something longing, something sweet. As you do, transparent apparitions appear one by one, encircling each other and unresponsive to your existences. They are illusory visions. They gather in pairs, falling to the step of a dance. Their forms pass through you and send a static through your body. For everyone who simply lingers on the dance floor, and only you recognize that this is only a memory being replayed. As the song crescendos, the vision begins to flitter away, one by one, until only two figures remain. Their images, though nearly unreadable, flickering in the light, are recognizable as ones you've known before. It's a memory of Arya and Rune, dancing from a time long gone, recorded into the very tile as a codex of these fleeting moments of peace. You watch, and as the music slows, the vision of Arya fades away, with Rune's ghost left behind. Vanya, he stops in front of the stage. He stares, before bowing and extending a hand out to you, as if he always knew you were there. What do you do?
She's going to reach out.
When you do, a force like static shocks your nerves, your fingertips, that pulls you. You find yourself drawn into the waltz. The ethereal memory leading you as if you both were together once more, in his arms once more.
She remembers that dance from back in Combe. The first and only time they properly danced. Not counting little things here and there. She's got tears running down her face. And she can't look away from him.
As the music dies down, so too does the magic fade. Your dance stops. The image looks exactly the same as that night in Combe. He regards you adoringly before the magic vanishes.
And as it vanishes, she whispers in Draconic, "I miss you." And as it fades, she sinks to her knees.
Kaz just stands there. He doesn't really make a move to touch Vanya, try and console her or anything of the sort. He's just there radiating his support. what could he say? Nothing.
She takes a moment to gather herself before heading over to Kaz and just holds on to him. Someone who's right in front of her she can actually hold on to. It's still with her.
And he would just hold her.
She's not here, is she?
No. No, I don't think she is.
I think she's been.
You're gonna have to say that one again, cause you did not come through.
Fucking noise cancellation. I think she was, yeah. She's not now. We need to... The archives should be our next stop. Given
Do
we're
you
still
need a
in
few
the
more
bottom of the house.
moments? Noticing that Vanya's tearing and crying.
And as he's asking her that, she's digging in her bag. And she's going to pull out a little hairpiece that she'd been gifted by Rune. And she's going to lay it on the dais. A small bit of her left behind. She's going to look up at Kaz and let's go get our wife. Bring her home.
Yeah.
Ambro's just
Moving
going
along.
to
Go.
lock arms with Alira and just be silent as he walks with her.
I pat his hand while he is pulling onto my arm, trying to comfort him, as one is responsible for doing. For all. High stress and unknown situations often send males into panic. Do that give you giggly coffee.
You all make it out of this little alcove, this home. Find yourselves back into the greater science district, the Great Tower, the whole of it. Further down, you see that the area leads towards what appears to be an administrative subsect. Buildings, the interior becoming more brutalist, more precise, more clean. And as you draw through it, You arrive. What you could only discern to be a treasury. And I think that's where we're going to take a quick break.
All right. Be back soon, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to D&D, or Rebirth, a D&D tale. Where we left off, the party had just found Rune and Arya's former home, and laid to rest what final memories existed there. They departed further into the scientific district to find themselves at the gates of the treasury. Before the Lucky Sevens lies a grand gate, glowing with an untainted magic that has lasted millennia upon millennia, adorned in giant crystals carved into the shapes of two long dragons twisting around each other in an eternal dance. The scales leafed in mithril, platinum, and gold. In the center, between the giants, lies a script where a lock should be, written in ancient draconic runes. Upon it, you read, "Treasure valued, not in gold, of all things new and all things old, to break apart and spread abound, the greatest tool, our empire's crown."
Another riddle. Well, any thoughts? I certainly have none. Treasure valued not in gold. Could be anything at that point.
Well, they did like their hoards.
But some don't hoard gold. Is that's
Yeah.
that's become evident, I think.
What about the crown? Is that some kind of key?
Maybe. But the Empire's crown is some kind of tool, I think.
Can I give the area a good once over to see what I see around?
You can. You see that the dragons that are adorned in the wall they're very intricately designed. Their entire bodies made out of the mithril, the platinum, and the gold leafing. And it extends far, far, far above you, at least like the door, these gates reaching up at least, God, like 100 feet tall. Just an insane height. You notice that they have gem-encrusted eyes. But there is also a gem placed upon each of their foreheads, as if it was a third eye. They each wield a crystal ball, too far up for you to reach, and not of the same size as that you've been seeing amongst the rest of the city, but much larger. It's almost like a yin yang, a balance of forces.
Do the ones in their forehead move at all if I would walk up and touch them?
No, they're far above you. You can't just touch them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if this is meant to be some kind of archive, or at least we're heading towards that, would knowledge be something of a tool that dragons would use? Their crowning jewel, as it were?
I think that's what they might have hoarded the most.
Correct. Spoken in what?
Oh, well, Imbrel doesn't know Draconic, so...
I'll just say
Vanya.
knowledge in
Language.
Draconic.
Yep.
The answer is language.
Like crowning achievement is the one thing of the still exists to this day and it's still in active use.
Yep. Kurobe, when you speak knowledge, the word itself in Draconic, the gem-encrusted eyes of the dragons glow. Soon that glow moves through them, following the intricate adornment and patterns until they reach into the crystal balls. The gates open, once again quaking the earth as they present to you.
Oh. Shall we?
Yes.
Vanya's already moving in.
Yeah, I'll walk beside her.
Carl's on the other
Nez-
side.
As you all enter in, despite the building being enclosed from the outside, you see, as you go through here, it's almost as if in another entire city, maybe an island, was placed within this tower. It's enclosed in what is like a giant tower itself, climbing high into what vanishes into its own atmosphere. A storm cloud rumbles high above you, which transitions into a deep black fog filled with shimmering lights, as if a nebula of stars hung just overhead. The sound of chimes can be heard distantly everywhere, as well as the rumbling of ancient debris falling in a far distant landscape. None of the aberrant vines root here, untouched by the corruption, except for one place. In the far, far distance, of what effectively looks like a jungle, you see a clock tower. It is built into the very face of the wall. You see that the hands have stopped moving a long time ago. The plant life around you is overgrown with ancient trees and species and varieties that haven't been seen for ages. Perhaps thought extinct. Died away in the first of dragon and giant wars. You were right. The treasury is not just where the Dragon Empire had kept their precious stones and coin. But as you see now, with life flourishing in this strange place. They valued knowledge and collected it to be stored away forever, to live forever here in this archive.
Imbral's just in awe at the sheer size and amount of, knowledge that could be stored here in, like, books and scrolls and vellum and everything else. Anyone else get an eerie vibe from this place? It's enormous.
It's incredible.
Could probably shout at it echo for hours. This is more that's gonna fit in your sack here, Cause.
You're telling me.
Quite a bit more.
Yeah.
You hear movement through the brush. As you delve further in, you happen to spot some ancient wildlife. It looks like something predating any sort of animal that you've ever seen, that predating a boars or cattle or some sort. Definitely a mammal. The fur on it is long and stringy. And is covered with a moss that flows into the waters and streams. A whole herd of them travel peacefully, almost completely unfazed by your passage, not even sparing you a glance. It's almost as if they're charmed.
Could this also be some kind of sanctuary?
Could be.
There's plants and also books, and also one would imagine that a river and a forest of some kind might be some kind of, like, leisurely place to read a book. We're here to find Arya.
Yeah. Vanya's going to look down at Zephyr. Do you think you can sniff her out in here?
Zephyr growls amiably, confidently. He begins to roam, bringing his nose to the ground, sniffing. Follows along the river for a moment. As he starts tracking, you follow along, wandering through this foreign pocket, isolated from the hands of time. Floating in the air in all places are artifacts of import, technologies long lost to the civilizations thereafter and alien in structure to you encased in these dodecahedron magic circles, empowered by runes, not draconic, but something older, something more alien. Massive pillars are sparsely lingering amongst the trees, structures filled with scrolls and records that have been encased in crystal for eons. And lining these pillars, far into the false stratosphere of the treasury. They're like trees, but they just reach up into the sky forever. And they're infinitely lined with all the records, all of the knowledge. Finally, Zephyr picks up a scent. He begins running after it, dashing as fast as he can without using his wings, making sure the rest of you are keeping up.
The second he goes to run, Vanya's gonna hop on his back. He's big enough she can ride him. He just can't fly with her.
Fair enough. He will fold his wings down to make sure that you are easily pulled onto his back.
Imbril takes off running as well.
And Kaz will keep up with Zephyr. He's probably the only one who can on foot.
Mm.
As you all trail along with Zephyr, he climbs up a hill to suddenly stop at a cliff. Jutting out of the cliff, leading down, is roughly about 50-foot drop. He stops just in time for a stone to dislodge from the edge and fall into the waters below. But he looks up towards the sky, his eyes dead set on it, towards the clock. The roots of the calamity have made their epicenter there, lingering as if a corpse among the rubble, splintering up and out of the treasury walls, like a wound. The clock hands are centered at midnight, when the calamity first struck, when the time of dragons and giants had ended. Or so you thought. As you stand along the edge and watch, trying to see what it is that Zephyr sees, you notice something that would be impossible to mistake. The mighty wings that beat, the reptilian body that lands upon the roots of the clock, the terrible visage that devastates your reality. Despite all odds, despite the impossibility of it, upon that far clock, you see a true dragon. It rears its mighty head, and in a foul echo across the valley, screams its dominion. And all of you can hear it crack across the entirety of the valley.
Well then.
Does it look like any of the statues we've seen?
No. In fact, Vanya, go ahead and give me that perception check you're so great at. What do your elf eyes see?
Right. 33.
Jesus Christ.
Girl is Legolas.
Yeah.
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Across this valley, as vast as it is, your eyes practically zoom in when you see the dragon. The first time you saw one, you told yourself you would never, never miss the chance to find another. To see it up close, to know what it means, to know what it is. That is not a dragon that you ever recall. Seeing in the books, the pictures, the stories. It's strange. It moves oddly, as if parts of itself doesn't listen to its will, twitching and jerking. Strings and appendages float from its body as it moved, clinging to things in a dreadfully familiar way. Within those appendages, though, you notice a speck of red hidden within the dragon's coiling grasp.
It's got her.
Oh, well. In Elvis, he says, well, shit.
That's putting it lightly. It's not like any dragon I've ever seen before. Real or not.
Fairly certain that I can't see all the details from it from here, but
Now, she takes a moment, takes in the side of it again, and starts describing it.
As you're describing it, it begins to move into what appears to be some sort of cave or opening of the clock tower, climbing down the roots and in through the very face of it, upside down, like a spider. It vanishes into the dark.
We need to get over there.
yes, yes, indeed. I would say so. So forward and onward, my companions.
Is there a visible way over? At all?
Yes, the entire valley is quite easily to pass through. It's just weird landscape.
Yeah.
Cars slowly, kind of gingerly, takes Vanya's hand and pulls her close. Closer. Closer. Closer still. Alira. Emerald. Robe. I apologize, but you're gonna need.
We're gonna need what?
And without another word, he will sweep Vanya into his arms and take off full pelt.
We're gonna
Headed for the
need
clock
what?
tower.
Sorry, you cut
need
out.
to keep. He said need to keep up. and he's taken off full pelt towards the tower with Vanya in his arms, and he's dashing.
Grobe's going to try to keep up, probably doing, instead of moving very fast, very long leaps and bounds.
I imagine Zephyr is flying as fast as he can after us.
Yeah, she's looking.
And Imbrel and Alira being probably the slowest out of the entire group, walking, running hand in hand.
The distance is miles. It is miles, but over the course of an hour and a half, Kaz, Vanya, you arrive just before the clock tower. The doors are destroyed, completely decimated, with the roots crawling out, trying to lodge themselves into the very ground, the very earth around it. As you're there, do you wait for the rest of the party?
I'm gonna make sure they're not too far behind.
Yeah.
Because if they start climbing up there, I don't want to get Vanya and I stuck alone. Like,
Yeah, that'd be bad.
like he
That's fair.
he's emotional, but he's not so emotional that all rationality has left him. This is still a dragonoid, and he is still just a guy. He's a guy who can.
Okay.
He's a guy who can vibrate an elder brain out of existence with nothing but his fist. But he's still just a guy.
All right. Well, there is definitely a lot of exploring to be done. And I think at this point, it's very well been probably more than 12 hours of exploring.
Little break probably isn't the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
You could press on. You could.
Yeah, no, that's beginning to risk exhaustion at that point, and if we are going to fight that thing. That thing is going to die. No fucking question about that. But gonna need a rest first.
Yes, at least a short one.
It's been 12 hours. We're gonna need a long one. Let's be real.
Yeah.
It's been 12 hours of quite a lot of walking.
That, and we're getting ready to go up against Dragon.
Yeah. Imbrel is definitely on board for a rest before we fight that thing.
Yeah, no, I thought it was only like a few hundred, maybe a few thousand feet. I didn't think it was gonna be like several miles.
No, it's a valley. Like a literal entire valley.
Alright. I guess we're resting.
Yeah.
Which is great, because that means I get a spell slot back.
Also, sort of a thing. Because we haven't really had the chance to flesh out the usage of the Blades of Chaos. I imagine, well, one thing that gets done with weapons like that, swords on chains, is that they get spun pretty often, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like windmill.
Spin to win.
Yeah, spin to win. And I mean, I would know once to get to a point that I play on and strap. I was thinking that, given that the weapon has a lot of souls in it, that the air screams with the sounds of the damned when they're being spun. I mean, there's a few hundred gnomes in there,
A couple million, actually.
That's true.
A couple million, yeah.
Oh my god. Wow. So, short or long rest?
I think the party
I'm-
is opting for long
I'm thinking
rest.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
long rest. By
Yeah, I would
virtue of
leave
the
that
fact
up. I would leave that up to Kaz and Vanya, just because they have the most to lose, and Kurobe is ready either way.
So,
Oh, good.
well, I'm thinking this by virtue of the fact that if we push on, and the fact that it is going to take longer and stuff to get up there, we're risking exhaustion by pushing.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
just like raw, we'd be pushing exhaustion.
Oh, I know.
Which-
Like I said, I'm just deferring to you guys.
Yeah, and I'm just like, yeah, that's a bad thing. It's the last thing we want to have going into a fight like this one.
Yep.
So let's avoid that and
Yep.
take it
Long rest.
All right. Confirmation. Do you decide to just dip out ahead of the party still, or stick with the party?
Was stick with the party because, as I said, I was thinking it was going to be like a couple thousand feet. I didn't think it was going to be like several miles. So running several miles like full bore 100 feet every 6 seconds. Yeah, sure. I'll cover a mile in like 15-20 minutes, but that's going to exhaust the hell out of me. So
Oh,
Oh,
15,
yeah,
20.
no, this,
Oh god, this
No,
is
that's
okay.
a
We're
couple miles.
we're in the conversion phase. All right, in freedom units.
I
in
could.
freedom,
I
in
can
freedom
look.
units, a good athlete can actually run a mile. It's considered normal peak fitness in the U.S. to complete a mile and run it in 8 minutes.
in 8 minutes, okay.
Yes.
Oh,
In freedom
Cast
units.
kind of okay. I'm only considering that based off the movement of like based off the mechanical timing. I think there is a land speed for humanoids.
Yes. I have no idea how to use the land speed thing for the humanoid. I don't know how to use it. I looked over it like 5 times and my brain just can't figure it out because I'm
I think
kind of
it's like
dumb.
I think it's like in an hour. 24 miles in a day.
24 miles in a day makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so fast pace is 400 feet per minute. But cars at a fast pace moves like way faster than that.
Yeah. You could easily scout ahead.
Okay, so you can cover 100 meters in 6 seconds.
100 feet in 6 seconds.
We don't have to get into the math and minutia of
Yeah.
that. We are all together.
I was trying to get. No.
I think it's I think some of the hilarity is the minutia of it. He fast.
He bay fast.
Anyways,
we get it.
Sorry, DJ, you were gonna say something?
No, it doesn't matter.
So you're all sticking together. You're gonna take a long rest. I'm assuming you're going to find a good location first and foremost. Probably not where a aberrant dragon can just pop out and decide to spot you. So
Yeah.
Cover.
And on top of that, I'm going to be using Tiny Hut.
Tiny hut
Oh,
is
that's
definitely
so great.
Great protection. Yes, nothing can get
Literally-
in that isn't allowed.
Literally one of my favorite spells ever. I'm so happy you use that because it's just so good.
So we could bunk right in front of the front door and still be
You could.
protected.
Yeah. Probably preferably still off to the side a little bit so it doesn't attempt to, but...
You know, because it is still it's still susceptible to dispel magic.
Yeah.
But yes, I completely agree.
All right. So, you go ahead, you cast it, you get prepared, settle in. find comfort within it. The archives around you are strange in that much of the material, miscellaneous objects, float in those decahedron shapes, magic circles that encase it, seemingly impenetrable. They float motionlessly in the air. And all of you settle into the misting lands around you. Settle a fire. And prepare for what should be a longer rest. Is anyone going to take watch?
Out of habit, Imbral's going to take first watch.
All right. Go ahead and roll me your perception check.
Okay. What do Imbral's elf eyes see or not see? Ooh. That is 17 total.
In the distance, far away, you can see birds flutter out and above the tree line. They caw ominously, but nothing unusual occurs. What are your thoughts as you sit here alone?
I'm trying to keep focused. Just concentrating on the fact that we have a mission, and it is clear that something of an aberrant nature has taken on the form of a dragon and has Arya in its grasp now, and it's our goal to rescue her. I have to do this for Vanya's sake, for Kaz's sake, for all of our sake. She's the only one who can get us out of here in a very relatively quick and easy manner. Get us back home. We could climb for the months and years that it might take for us to get all the way out of this crater, given how deep in we are. Chancing getting lost. Chancing losing our way, chancing dying at the hands of some other creature. I'd rather not take that risk. And Arya's a very likable person. Practicality aside. It's just my default to think practically first. Mustn't lose sight, mustn't lose focus.
With your wandering minds for a moment, let's go ahead and have you give me a wisdom save.
Oh. Well, that's not good. That's a 5 on the dice, which means it's a 6. Yep, it's a 6. Oh no.
You try to keep your mind focused, but something hard jerks your mind into your memories. It starts feeling like it's probing deeper. You recall your sister. You recall how young you were when she passed on, when she was taken from you. Your thoughts suddenly hard jerk again to your family, where they're at in the war, where they were, as artisans. Your father's face, your mother's face, flashing in your minds.
Now is not the time for this.
And then your memory hard jerks again with your resistance. A flash of yellow.
Get out. Leave me alone.
Always running. Always running.
I am not running.
The voice is not yours in your head. And it's not a creature's. It's familiar, met with a smile. It's Caleb's. Memory floods in of a moment in training when you had fallen behind and he took step beside you, pulled you to your feet, gripped your shoulder with a smile, camaraderie, loyalty, devotion.
Must keep focused. Must keep focused.
Don't look away. Come home. Come home.
This is not my home. This is the Dragon City. This is not home.
Is it? You look
You're-
up and
you're
see
not
the image of
Caleb.
Caleb.
Caleb is gone. You can't be him.
No. No, Imbro. I'm still here. I never left.
What do you mean?
In the vision, He reaches out. For a moment, you can't tell where you're at. The Dragon City. Back at home. It's the same. His hand grasps your shoulder, and you can feel it. His touch searing the pressure of his thumb into your shoulder blade. He smiles at you warmly. I'm always with you, Embro. Come home.
Home is Culcaster. Home is the Empire. This isn't the Empire, Caleb. I can't go with you. And I'm sorry. I dragged you into this.
Where do you think we are, bro?
Can't lose focus. Stay focused.
Make me another wisdom saving throw.
Am I getting rusty? Am I getting old? 14.
Caleb kneels down to you, his eyes matching yours. He stares at you for a long moment. Embro. Mother's waiting.
I know. I know. I want to be with her. But I can't.
Your mind flashes, then, to the image of many eyes on decayed skin shifting towards you and barreling down a leer that bores through your entire being. Come home. And then you're back.
He's just like paralyzed in a cold sweat. Probably still is by the time someone else comes to relieve him of his watch.
It'll probably be cars coming to take the watch off him. And as he sees this, and tilts his head, eyes ticking to the tower and back to Emerald.
And his eyes are just locked on that clock face.
And so Kaz would walk up to him. Kind of like he'd use his you know, abilities of the Draconic Fist to frost his fingers a little bit. Not enough to do damage, but he'd place them to Embril's temple. It'd definitely be jarring.
Duh. Oh, fuck. Don't sneak up on me like that.
I would be the one who could.
Sorry, I didn't see you walk up. Is it that time already?
Yeah. It is.
Good, good.
I could feel the disquiet from here, Embril.
What do you mean?
You 1,000 yards staring at the clock face. Where did you go?
Home. To Caleb. Sorry, I lost track of time.
Likely, but again, you... Caleb.
Yes.
The body was dealt with, his mind probably still exists.
Sorry, what? You're trailing off.
It's just simply, I've been thinking about that project.
What about it?
Sure it gave you magical abilities, but I've been pondering what else.
Well, he was a trainee in that particular special operation, as well as I am. And while it is unlikely, but still possible that one can lose their way and go insane. Caleb was one of them. I chased him across the world to try and cut him to come back home.
I remember. I would know he's fought him on more than one occasion.
And now he haunts me in my dreams. Because I recruited
I'd
him.
imagine. I mean, are you sure that's all?
I'm fairly certain.
Well. And he sits down beside Embril. What I think is that the treatment you went through together, given you two a bond. You and likely anyone else who's received it.
Changed, certainly.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. When the calamity was here, where it popped up, everything was networked. One thing was connected to every other thing. There is a book. By that cipher fellow, actually.
Hmm.
Chronicling his encounters, and I remember reading a passage about such a thing. Maybe with you and him and anyone else who still survives who underwent that treatment being its remnants. Maybe you're all networked together. And even though physically, well, we saw what happened to him physically. Maybe he's still around. This sort of I don't know the term for it. I don't think there is a term for it. At least our
Suffice it to
character's
say,
not in D&D.
haunting me.
Yeah.
I am not unaccustomed to the hauntings of the things that I've done in my life. Just another haunting, just another ghost of my past. Maybe a little bit more tangible, a little more real in this case. But I don't know enough about you to know of whether or not you have similar ghosts. But
Everyone had skeleton in their closet, Emerald.
as a soldier, we must carry our skeletons everywhere with us.
It's not even as a soldier.
No, but perhaps a little bit more quietly. I don't want the others to worry.
Your sister is going to worry about it.
She doesn't need to know.
I think she already does. Not because anybody said it.
Yes.
That woman is one of the most intuitive people I know.
And yes,
We've had enough time together. One of the two literally married to her.
Yeah. You would
Probably an unorthodox way of getting a brother-in-law, right?
you know, it's not. It's rather strange to suddenly have you in my family and have never met you until this particular mission.
Well, I mean, we've been around, but I suppose we haven't talked.
Yes, it's one of those kinds of things where it's you and I don't exactly see eye to eye either, but for the sake of my sister, it just
Look, Emerald. We don't. You're right. We don't necessarily see eye to eye on everything. In fact, I believe part of the Grioran Empire's current standing is because of the fact that they did what they did. They believe what it is that they do. I'm not going to say anything other than it may have gotten them into this situation.
And you and I will choose to agree to disagree, as that it should be known that you as a person and yes, us as a group of people should not pass moral judgment on full nations based on based on the necessities of the time.
Well, it's why I specifically said I do not pass judgment on the nation. I simply believe that it is why they've ended up in this way.
Yes, you have made that
And
very clear.
that is to say nothing of the fact that other nations aren't guilty of similar. But the Stormwind Empire, for one. The stories I could tell you.
Stormwind Empire.
Yeah, Stormwind.
They're thousands of miles away.
Place I used to call home once upon a time, back before I became this anachronism. Spending the better part of a century locked up inside a illithid stasis chamber will do that to you.
Ah, so you haven't even been back since then.
I'm sorry, you cut out there.
Oh, so you haven't even been back since then.
No, but I imagine if it's anything like it was when I left, it's probably worse now. Persecution was rife beforehand. I'd imagine it probably hasn't gotten any better given the longevity of the rulers.
I suppose.
Kombe was ruled by basically a demon, from what I hear.
I would say the equivalent of such, as far as the stories have been told.
Yes.
But
that is to highlight that whilst I believe the shunning of divine magics has led the Grioran Empire to this point by a pragmatic view of not having said casters around to repel threats such as demons, which they excel at, right? Exorcism, things of that nature. There is no moral judgment on why they decided to do that by virtue of the fact that A, there are so many places that are so much worse, and B, it would be hypocritical. It's comparing apples and oranges, but they're all different kinds of fruit, all equally as rotten. So I don't believe in kingdoms, I believe in people. People like you.
Even if I am loyal to my country. To
What
the
you
Emperor
choose
who
to
stands
believe,
on it.
what you choose to believe has no bearing on me until such time as it becomes a blocker in the way of what I wish to achieve.
Well, if what you wish to achieve is the happiness of my sister, then by all means, you have my blessing.
It's one of the many, but I would say it's certainly high up on the list.
But if you ever hurt her,
You will not get your chance to get your hands on me because of the fact that Arya would have turned me into a shadow on the opposite wall.
she would have to wait in line.
No one else would get the chance. She would do it immediately. That woman is feisty. My other wife is feisty.
You're
like,
the one
scarily feisty.
You're the one who chose to get in between two women who already were in love. You chose your position, sir.
I didn't choose to get between.
Maybe not between.
Arya,
but not
Arya
between.
Arya simply needed support, and I was willing to give that to her as a person who understands the position that she's coming from as someone steeped in the draconic culture from, I mean, in her case, actually having been here. The longest time this was her home. And those two, and Arya especially, kind of pulled me to be the center of that sandwich. Both metaphorically and literally.
As if you had little choice in the matter.
Certainly I did not.
You can't help whom we love.
Are you going to argue with a beautiful woman when she tells you she wants you over there?
His eyes take to the sleeping Alira. I don't know that I could. She'd have my head.
And now, Imbrel, you understand.
No, I've
He's
understood
nodding sagely.
before. I've understood before. So she's exotic. I mean,
yeah, that's putting it.
Okay. So, that being said,
and he's still keeping watch, by the way. So he hasn't like not been keeping watch.
right. You are a wealth of knowledge, and you are very fit of form. You are an excellent companion for my sister. I think that we can agree on all of that. And I really hope that she makes you happy as well, I guess. And Arya too, but I'm mostly concerned for my sister.
Trust me, I don't think you need to be concerned about either of them.
No, they're very capable women of their own, of their own sort of, what is the word? Ability.
I'll put it to you this way. If I ever hurt Vanya, Arya would turn me into a shadow on the wall.
Yes.
If I ever hurt Arya, I would be strung up from a wall, full of arrows, with missing limbs because Zephyr will have torn off my arms.
And I again would never get the chance.
If I hurt either of them, there is no surviving for me. I mean, not to mention, and he kind of gestures to the chains wrapped around his arms. There's also the matter of my soul, but that's a different can of worms.
Another choice I'm sure you made with all of the intellect of a dragon.
You mean to say haughty arrogance, and frankly...
Am I wrong?
Yes. But I also made it with all of the conviction of a dragon. I will purify these things, but it looks like the last thing that I do. And the others already have orders to, if they take me, to discard them somewhere where they'll never be found.
These things always tend to find their way into someone's hand, though.
Well, they found their way into mine.
Do you think you had a choice in that matter?
I think I did. But I also knew I could feel the sacrifices that those who came before me made against the chain god. This is my chance to make it good on taking something. To remove his influence, that will never occur. But to take this from him and change it into something better, something more.
If one can't remove the influence of something like a god, then is there something to be done about the mission that a lot of you are on, then? Is this really the fool's errand, maybe?
I've asked myself that question. Is it a fool's errand to chase these things? And the answer to that is no. Because a god has been chained before. That god shall be chained again. Because he has to be. If he wasn't. Then it ends.
Well, I'm certainly
Fighter.
not wanting the world to end. That would be catastrophic. Be another calamity, as it were.
Yes, except this one would be more than a thing from beyond the stars. This would be death.
Death until there is nothing left.
But oblivion. Pure, fathomless oblivion.
Well, I'm
And
going
there will
to
be
get
none
some
of that.
rest. Yes, there will be none of that. None of that indeed. Just...
You go get some rest, I'll continue to keep watch.
Thank you for snapping me out of it. You could have just left me to stare off into 1,000 miles away for eternity.
For one, your sister would never forgive. 2, and he kind of stops for a moment and turns to Emerald. Let's say it's what brothers are for.
He just gives a simple nod and finds a place to roll out and go into his sleeping trance, trying to stave away the actual dreams and nightmares that might creep up into that.
All right. Cause. Give me the perception check.
Yes, the check of the perception. That is a thing that I can do. Wait, bottom is that one. Oh, that'll be a 27 on a natural 20. Thank you.
All right. You enter a meditative state. Your monk practices coming in to play as you hone your senses to the area around you. You can hear the distant buzzing bugs and insects. Your eyes tracing after what look to be fireflies flitting in the distance. You can hear the soft movements of creatures in the brush. As you peek at the space, see them wandering wherever it is that they're headed to, not minding you one moment. Strange creatures are heard all over, distant and foreign to you. But there is one noise that you catch. The rhythmic thudding. Bipedal. In the far, far distance, followed by the crack and crashing of trees and debris and underbrush. You can... Go ahead.
In the darkness, am I able to see what it is? Like, can I see a shadow?
It's far enough away that you can't see it through the brush. The jungle is thick, dense. There is a thin fog that traverses through the landscape. But you can hear it. Then you see a tree, a thinner one, split apart, crash down, a mile or two away. Tracing it, it doesn't appear to be headed towards your camp at the moment.
I'm gonna keep my eye on this thing to make sure it doesn't turn towards us. Because if it just goes by and ignores us, then that's fine. But if it turns towards us, that's gonna be a problem.
You pay close attention to it. But after the tree fell, shortly after it seemed to have stopped.
Okay.
It remains there for an hour, 2 hours. What do you do, if anything?
I'll note it, and when someone else takes over from the watch, probably point that out.
Okay. And as the shift changes over, whoever's next, rising from their rest.
That would probably be Vanya.
All right. This thing changes movement and starts heading away, disappearing further into the valley's jungle. Not towards the clock tower, not towards you, but a different direction entirely.
Anything interesting?
Yeah, big thing moving out in the brush. It's,
Could be another one of those guards.
yeah. And it's better that it doesn't detect us.
That's the last thing we need.
Yeah, I would say so, because
She's gonna set her forehead on his before he can stand up. Thank you. My brother.
your brother. Oh, you heard that.
Go get some rest.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna see what's ahead. Gonna plan to kiss to her forehead and go lie down.
All right, Vanya. Go ahead and roll me that perception check.
Yep, that fell.
Ah!
That is a lot. 32.
Okay. You're able to keep a close sight on that thing in the distance. You can't hear the tread of its footsteps anymore, but you are able to watch it in the brush. How the trees move and cave to it. Before you notice, it stops. Almost perfectly in front. Out 4-ish miles from where you're at. Directly from the path that you took to get to where you are now. And then you see the trees part as it approaches, following the party's trail. And soon you can hear the bipedal stomping in the distance.
She's keeping an eye on it, but she's not moving to wake everyone up yet. She wants to see what this thing is going to do.
And everyone, Vanya doesn't need to necessarily wake you up. As it stomps across the vast landscape, you hear wood and water and stone crushed underneath its feet. And then it stops. Steam expels from its body in a gush, adding to the mists around you. The red light emanates from its chest. It seems to scan over everyone's faces, flashing only twice before jumping to the next person, and then ending. Targets relocated. Resuming operation.
Vanya is going to call out to it in Draconic. We are here on the orders of Lord Radiris and Lord Ryujin.
It pauses. This is going to be a strange one.
I'm all for strange.
Go ahead and roll me. Don't want to be stereotypical and say, it's a persuasion check, but it's basically a persuasion check.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Persuasion check.
Nat 20.
For a total of
24.
You see it blinks for a moment, the light on its chest flickering. And it flickers from the red dot into blue. And it scans you once again. When it does, the steam billows for a moment, and you hear a sharp zzz from inside of it. Access registry failed.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't.
Operation change accepted. New operation. Eliminate trespasser. And with that, it draws the sword once more, and I will note you see the burns on its side, a clear indication. This was the exact same one you fought on the bridge.
Figured as much.
Oh boy.
And I think we'll go ahead, call the session with that for the moment.
Okay.
I had a feeling it was the same one.
Yep.
Fuck.
So, question regarding that mechanically. For those of us who only require 4 hours of trance, are we at a long rest?
4 hours of trance, yeah, it's presumed you are. Because
Okay.
Vanya is at the last... Yeah, Vanya's the last shift, so there would have been at least 6 hours of rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Kaz might be the one who's not rested yet.
Look, I
Yep.
was running out of spell slots, okay?
I mean, yeah, Kurobe would have gotten it because of the fact that you do need like 6 hours of sleep.
Yep. And
Kazawa
Kurobe's
would
done.
not have.
Yep. Kaz is the only one who has not had his long rest yet. Fully.
Yep.
Okay.
I will say, Vanya, that was a really good fucking call with the persuasion check, but also you're definitely not where servants or slaves should be.
Yep. It was worth a shot, though.
Yep.
Yep. There's another option I have that I can throw next session to see what would happen.
Okay.
And I'm going to make a note of it. Because technically, if we were ordered to come in here for something, say a certain precious thing belonging to one of the two lords, who knows? It could work.
Okay.
This is true.
Potentially.
It's hard to say because dragon laws. You don't know what the dragon laws are, and now you got an enforcer here. So.
Yep. Love it. Love to see it.
Yay. Okay. All right. Let me put on some miscellaneous music that's like chill.
Yep. That way we can have, something in the background.
Good job, everyone.
Thanks, Spectre, for DMing.
Yeah, thank you.
I imagine
yeah.
this is session 100 of Rebirth. We had a really good one.
It was a hell of a session.
Hell yes. I'm looking forward to more. And again, thank you, Spectre, for DMing, and to everybody who showed up for the game. Yay. So now,
Thank you.
I think it's time we talk experience then. Which, for everyone playing who showed up today, obviously you get your 5 experience. Congratulations. So Spectre, on a scale of 1 to 10 for completing objectives, how much experience do you think our party earns today?
I think 3 for finding the the cartograph, the cosmological cartograph. And mostly just catching on to the themes of basically the entirety of this area. I think everyone did awesome work playing into that and picking up what I was putting down. So I appreciate that.
Hell yeah.
2 for finding Rune's old home and being sad.
Yep. That's bad.
Being sad is
He
what
died
got
like-
me.
Basically taking the gut punch that you decided to give us.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Loved it. Love to see it. Yep, love to see it. I'm all about that life. Give me tragedy, y'all. I want to cry.
I think that's about it because there's not a lot that went through with this, but
So,
you did
5
find stuff and things, and everything else was a reward in of itself. I hope.
Yep.
Yes.
So 5
5
total
XP,
from the
5.
DM for objectives. So let's talk about some roleplay prompts then. So you get 1 experience for each of the following, and you can vote however you like as players. So, who pushed our plot the furthest?
I think we gotta give that to Kaz.
Mhm.
Indeed, I would actually agree.
Yeah.
Congrats, Cause. Unless, let's see. Who else? What are the other votes? We got.
Yep.
What's your vote and what is Fat Guy's vote? Fat Guy,
I'll take it.
honorable mentions, Fat Guy.
Majority rules.
All right. Then it goes to Kaz.
They tolerate me. They really, really tolerate me.
No, we love you. We love you.
I feel like we miss you more than anything.
Right?
Oh God.
God.
Thank you for reminding me.
We just miss having your face in our games. Best scene.
I'm going to throw mine in there for that dance at Rune and Arya's old home.
Yeah. That's my vote.
I was either gonna do Vanya or Kaz for the follow up to like comforting her.
Oh. That's sweet.
But also brothers-in-law bonding.
Yeah. Yeah.
So my vote's for Kaz on that one then. Because he had 2
So we
scenes
got-
that I enjoyed.
Got it. We got one vote for Vanya, 1 vote for Cause.
Derek, CJ.
Dear-
what do you think?
Kaz.
2 votes, Cars. Derek, what do you reckon? Currently 2 votes, Cars, 1 vote, Vanya. For best scene.
I'm gonna go Kaz, actually. It's the first time we actually got a good glimpse in his head.
That was good too.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's standing out to me.
They really tolerate me, guys.
Take it and run.
Take advantage of it while it can. I will destroy you next session.
Oh yeah, probably. I never doubt that. I never doubt that.
Fantastic. Well then, I guess Kaz gets that who had the best scene. Then, the last of our roleplay prompts, who had the best line?
Even I know when to shut my mouth, and I'm the stupid one.
That was a good line. That was a good line.
Mm.
Frankly, I want to give it to Alira.
Her speech was good.
Yes, specifically for the line. For the line of to believe that you can pull basically to paraphrase, like to believe that you pull a gun that you could pull a gun out of the sky isn't pride, it's hubris.
Yeah.
Like that.
I'll agree with that.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give it to Lyra for that one.
And Kaz, you got the audience's favorite.
Oh, holy shit! I almost clean swept it. Oh damn!
Damn, boy. But yeah.
Rarely happens, actually. So
Yeah. We just hope that life allows you to be here more.
oh god, I wish. Please.
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 We want our dragon
there
born.
will be a little bit of time later where I can't be because I'm not going to be in the country. But
Yes.
Oh.
Fine.
But until then,
Besides that,
Here's
until
hoping.
then, because that's in September. Until then, I want to stop getting found in the Alps, please.
Yes.
You're not even taking me to dinner first, life.
Right. Let's let's calm our fucking tits. But yes, thank you guys so much for watching here at CoffeeCat Presents, and again, thank you, Spectre, for being the greatest DM that ever could be in the Dragon City.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. I imagine you still have a couple sessions left in your pocket for this little adventure, so look forward to more. Obviously, the rest of the VODs, we do everything live, but the rest of the VODs from the past games and past sessions is you can go back and watch all 100, basically, of this game, as well as other games we've had on our YouTube channel, which thankfully Raven has been doing a very good job of collecting up some clips and making some shorts for us. So thank you, Raven, for that. But yeah, follow the YouTube channel because all of the VODs are posted there from all of the past games that we've done over the last 6 years. Oh my god.
We just got raided.
Ticketing Time Bomb Gaming. Yes, thank you so much for the raid. And we had a couple of other raids earlier in the game. And thank you guys so much for raiding. We do appreciate all of the people who come and show us some support. Thank you guys. Welcome in. Welcome in. And we were just doing some shout outs and where you can find this session and other sessions from our previous from our game on YouTube, so that you can catch up on all of these things. And join Discord, because we have a Discord server. It's where I post notifications for live, for episodes, for shorts, for everything that you could possibly want. So give those a look and all of that stuff. Hate to do like a back-to-back raid for all of the raiders who just came in, but we're gonna go ahead and call it a night. Thank you guys again so much for watching and for my players for playing. But until there's more to come this week, because I am going to be moving at the end of the week, so I'm probably going to do some kind of art thing for several days after this week, aside from the games that we play. This game will not be taking place next week, because I will be in the process of moving, and maybe on a very, very short hiatus, depending on how quickly I could get an internet connection running. But yeah, session 100, we've got that in the bag. So,
Cool.
yeah. So, until we see you again, which I hope is very, very soon, have a great night, everybody.